Day. We'll carry every minute. We have coverage also on the ship, on the USS John P. Murtha. My colleague Megan Cruz is on the ship. She'll be providing reports once we begin our NASA Plus coverage later this afternoon. For the moment, everything is in great shape on board Integrity. No vehicle issues being worked whatsoever. The crew to be awakened just over an hour from now to begin their final hours in space as Integrity sets its sights on the planet Earth and a splashdown in the Pacific at 7:07 p.m. Central Time tonight. For now, this is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. The Orion spacecraft, dubbed Integrity by its crew, is heading home today for a splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. Everything aboard Integrity is in great shape. The crew is to be awakened about 23.5 minutes from now, and will begin at that point to review their morning messages and to complete the configuration of the crew cabin for their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere this evening, and a splashdown under parachutes within sight, hopefully, of the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship that will begin the process of extracting the crew, hoisting them on Navy helicopters, and bringing them back to the ship for medical exams before they are brought back to shore in San Diego for a flight back to the Johnson Space Center. Following wake up, we'll get into more details about the timeline and about the heat shield that everybody is focusing in on today, a very important facet of the mission, as heat will build around the spacecraft to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during that peak heating point when we enter the Earth's atmosphere. We are on a free return trajectory, so there's no turning back as the Earth looms large in the field of view already and will only get larger with each passing minute. So once again, we're standing by to wake the crew up for its final hours in space as they head home for a splashdown in the Pacific later this evening. Crew wake-up schedule just 22 minutes from now. This is Mission Control Houston. This is Mission Control Houston. Here in the Artemis Flight Control Room, we are just a few minutes away from waking the crew up. Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen. The countdown clocks here in Mission Control ticking backward toward the splashdown and the return home of these 4 crew members just 8 hours and 38 minutes from now. We're preparing to wake the crew up in about 6 minutes for their final hours on the Orion spacecraft they have named Integrity. You will be hearing a lot more about Integrity. We'll be identifying the key voices you will be hearing, and we're going to run down all of the specifics of timeline, heat shield, comparisons between Artemis I and Artemis II as the morning moves into the afternoon hours. So stay tuned. We are preparing to wake the crew up in about 6 minutes with our final wake-up call of the mission. This is Mission Control Houston.
as free. Free as we'll ever be. Just as free. Free as we'll ever be.
Good morning, Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. Zach from Zach Brown Band here, checking in from the USA. We hope that piece of our song, Free, helps start your day with the right kind of lift. We just want to say how proud we are of you. It takes courage, grit, and freedom to chase the unknown. It's the purest kind of American spirit. Millions back home are looking up and feeling more inspired because of you. Keep flying strong, keep flying safe. We can't wait to welcome you home. Come see us on the road.
This is Mission Control Houston, a pair of wake-up songs to mark the
start the day, Houston. Courage and grit, that'll stick with me, and it should stick with all of you all day long.
We got it, loud and clear, Integrity. Can't wait to see you run to the water. See you soon. Good morning.
And with that, Integrity's astronauts are awake for their final hours in space. The wake-up songs you just heard were played for the crew, and the first was Run to the Water by Live. This was the Integrity crew's selection for their final wake-up song of the mission, followed by the song Free by the Zach Brown Band, and a personal message to the crew from Zach Brown himself. Reed Wiseman responded to that. And here in Mission Control, spacecraft communicator Tess Caswell responded in kind as she is preparing, along with the Orbit 3 team of flight controllers, to begin a shift handover to the entry team. This view from a solar array wing camera on Integrity, showing the Earth growing larger and larger in the field of view. Now just 8 hours and 27 minutes until splashdown. Once again, a shift handover is about to begin as the entry team of flight controllers, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling, will take over for the remainder of this flight. With the crew now having been awakened, they'll have an opportunity to get a morning meal, review their messages, send down any questions they have about their procedures, which were extensively reviewed yesterday, and complete the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing final items and preparing their flight data files and their personal computing devices with all of their entry procedures on those tablets. The next major event is going to be the RTC-3 burn. That's the return trajectory correction burn number 3. That is the final major maneuver of this mission. That is scheduled to be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the velocity of integrity by 4.2 feet per second and further fine-tune the angle of attack and the trajectory of integrity to hit the sweet spot in the entry corridor over the Pacific Ocean for entry interface later today. The RTC-3 burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, just 3 hours and 10 minutes from now. Integrity systems are in good shape, ready to support entry and splashdown. The weather at the splashdown site southwest of San Diego is excellent. The latest forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group indicates that the densest portion of cloud cover will be closer to the San Diego shoreline and not exactly in the splashdown zone itself. We are expecting some broken and scattered clouds. Winds should be around 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, with the wave periodics about 17 seconds in duration. This is just about ideal conditions in the Pacific at this time of year for the homecoming of Integrity's astronauts. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 17 hours, 51 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The astronauts were awakened aboard Integrity about an hour ago. They're in their post-sleep period, reviewing morning messages, getting a bite to eat, completing the stowage of items in their crew cabin. As everything is all set, the stage is set for their return to Earth this evening with a splashdown of the Pacific off the coast of San Diego 7 hours and 40 minutes from now. Here in the flight control room, known as the White Flight Control Room, a shift handover has been completed. The entry team of flight controllers now on duty, led by Flight Director Rick Henfling. Henfling has trained with this team for more than 2 years for this day. He will be joined on console by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. Astronaut Stan Love also will be by her side as a second set of eyes as Integrity barrels home, completing a mission that will have spanned 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown. In the shift handover, no significant issues were reported. The vehicle is in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone couldn't be better. Winds are forecast to be 10 knots at splashdown, wave heights less than 4 feet, and the wave periodics against the capsule as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean about 17 seconds. We are expecting a few broken and scattered clouds, but that is not an issue. Integrity is coming home through the law of orbital mechanics. The next major milestone for Integrity's astronauts and the flight control team here in Houston will be the RTC-3 burn. That is the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. That is scheduled 2 hours and 25 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. It's an 8-second firing of the reaction control system jets to essentially fine-tune the path of Integrity down the corridor for its entry into the Earth's atmosphere. There will be a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. That is the last major maneuver of the mission. The crew will continue to configure the crew cabin. They'll climb into their launch and entry suits later today and move into their entry checklist. So this is a good time for us to run down all of the key milestones and all of the key numbers that you'll be hearing reported as we move into the final phase of this 9-day mission. Following the RTC-3 burn and the crew climbing into their launch and entry suits, we will have NASA Plus coverage joining in a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., Integrity will switch communications loops and the strings for communication from the Deep Space Network, which it has been on since the translunar injection burn the day after launch. We will transition from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. At 6:33 p.m., the crew module and its 4 astronauts will separate from the European Service Module. And at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, these are all Central Time, we will conduct about a 19-second raise burn. Now, if you think of yourself sitting in a recliner and tilting backward, this raise burn gently raises the aft end of the vehicle. It is our last opportunity to dial in a flight path angle before entry interface using the roll thrusters on the crew module. This will sweeten the angle of attack, if you will, the orientation of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, with the idea in mind of reducing any excessive heat stress on the heat shield in this deliberate opportunity that we have selected to try to mitigate any buildup of excessive heat on the aft end of the vehicle. Once the raise burn is complete, we will enter the first traces of Earth's atmosphere at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time. At that point, we'll be at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling 34,882 feet per second, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 24 seconds after entry interface, traveling at that velocity, we will begin a 6-minute blackout period due to the ionization, the buildup of plasma around the spacecraft that will prevent communications and data from being received here in Mission Control. Again, that blackout scheduled to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, about a 6-minute blackout. We'll be carefully monitoring a call from Capcom to the crew as we exit the blackout. That will be our first communications with the crew following that 6-minute period. The blackout scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. That's Central Time. That'll be 6 minutes and 25 seconds after the start of entry interface. At that point, we will be at an altitude of 157,406 feet off the Earth, traveling at 13,342 feet per second. Range to splashdown at that point will be just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, rolling, this is computer commanded, to roll the vehicle to the left and back to the right to bleed off excess energy, all part of the planned entry profile for Integrity and its 4 astronauts. We are expected to go subsonic, meaning we will break the sound barrier over the Pacific in this trajectory that will carry us from southwest and northeast across the Pacific Ocean. We will go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 59,000 feet, traveling just 971 feet per second. So you can see how much the velocity of Integrity will decelerate based on its speed and the interaction with the Earth's friction in the atmosphere. At that point, a series of parachutes will begin to deploy. The first deployment will be the forward bay cover chutes. These are a series of 3 parachutes, each parachute approximately 100 feet long. The first forward bay cover parachute deployment will occur at an altitude of 24,000 feet. As the spacecraft has descended to a velocity of just 479 feet per second, and we will be within a mile, 1 nautical mile of splashdown at that point. In rapid fire succession then, we'll deploy 2 drogue parachutes used to slow and stabilize the crew module during descent to establish the proper conditions for main parachute deployment that will follow. A trio of pilot parachutes then deploy. They'll be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the forward bay of the crew module. That's the top portion of the crew module. And finally, 3 large main parachutes will deploy. The main chutes are scheduled to deploy at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of just 5,400 feet from splashdown. The velocity for the astronauts aboard Integrity at the time of splashdown expected to be just 19 miles an hour. So in just 13 and a half minutes from the start of entry interface to splashdown, we will have decelerated from what is expected to be a peak velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour for a gentle splashdown. One of the important points that we've been explaining and that we'll be looking for later today is the comparison between the entry for Artemis I, which was uncrewed, and today's entry for the Artemis II astronauts. On Artemis I, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles, and we used what was called a skip entry profile, where we dipped into the atmosphere, then dipped out, and then dipped back in. That lasted about 20 minutes for entry, and it induced a higher total heat load on the vehicle. Now, on Artemis I, we flew that trajectory, and as part of the routine post-flight inspections and video analysis, there were areas of mechanical char liberation that were observed, which was not expected. As we explained yesterday, it's worth explaining again today, and we'll do later today as well. The chemical decomposition of ablative heat shields is fully expected. The mechanical liberation of the char was not expected. The chemical decomposition occurs as the heat shield material heats up and decomposes, the process called pyrolysis, which generates gases during entry. The generation rate of that gas is a function of the temperature of the heat shield material, which is known as avcoat. As the gases are being generated, a layer of char is forming on the surface of the heat shield. That char is porous. Now, ideally, what you want to have happen is for the gases to escape through the pores in the char layer faster than new gas is generated. But on Artemis I, we found that the temperature profile experienced by the heat shield and on the heat shield was such that this was not happening on areas of the heat shield with less porous avcoat. That resulted in a pressure buildup under the surface of the char layer, and when the pressure gets high enough, the portions of the char layer would liberate from the heat shield. That's what we observed. As a result of all of this, NASA gathered experts from across the agency and private industry, including establishing an independent review team to investigate this issue, and after extensive analysis, everyone agreed with the conclusion that we should plan to fly a shorter entry trajectory to avoid a temperature profile conducive to high rates of gas generation as that avcoat chemically decomposes. Now, for Artemis III and beyond, we're redesigning the heat shield, different heat shield, and redesigning the manufacturing process such that we will have material that starts out more porous and will allow a more efficient gas dissipation as that char layer forms, which will be a critical feature for a longer duration skip entry trajectories returning from the south pole of the moon. The bottom line of all of this is today, instead of a 3,178 nautical mile entry range, we're targeting a 1,701 max entry range to our splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego, 1,701 nautical miles. We're using a lofted entry profile. That's being done through the raise burn. The duration of the entry is about 14 minutes rather than 20 minutes, and that induces a much lower heat load on the heat shield to allow it to do its job to maximum efficiency. Following splashdown, which again is scheduled at 7:07:07 p.m. Central Time. That's 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. Following splashdown, we will get a call from the crew. The communications will transition to what you'll hear called VLDR. That's the acronym for Very Low Data Rate, because we no longer have the antennas pointing toward the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system at that point. Now, whether the vehicle is upright in the so-called Stable 1 configuration, or whether it's upside down in Stable 2, we will quickly activate the CMOOS system, the acronym for the Crew Module Uprighting System. The Crew Module Uprighting System consists of 5 large balloon-like airbags located under the capsule's forward bay cover. These airbags will be inflated with helium, providing additional buoyancy to flip the capsule upright if it's in Stable 2, or to maintain it in a Stable 1 configuration. Navy helicopters, Navy paradivers, a Navy flight surgeon and a NASA flight surgeon will all be on the scene, and will be erecting a large raft called a front porch alongside the spacecraft. That is similar to what you've seen in the movies and in the past in historic footage from the Apollo missions. That will be utilized once the hatch is open to allow the crew members to be extracted one by one onto that front porch before they're hoisted onto a pair of hovering Navy helicopters in sequential fashion and alternating fashion as well for the short ride back to the deck of the recovery ship, the USS John Murtha. Now, before we get into all that, it will take about 15 minutes to power down the vehicle, and for flight controllers here in Houston and the Navy recovery team to ascertain that there are no toxic gases that are leaking from Integrity. We do not expect that to happen, but they'll put eyeballs on it to match the data that we will see here at Mission Control to ensure that the recovery team can make a safe approach to the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. The current order of extraction from the vehicle that we received from the ship called for Christina Cook to be extracted first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, and then Reed Wiseman last. The hoisting of the crew members to these two helos, Christina Cook is scheduled to be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, or the helicopter A as it is being termed by the recovery team. Jeremy Hansen would be second to be hoisted. He'll go into helo number 2. Victor Glover will be hoisted third and will go into helo 1 to join Cook. And Reed Wiseman will be hoisted into helo 2 to join Jeremy Hansen for the ride back to the ship. The recovery position would put the ship about 2,000 yards away from the spacecraft, assuming an on-target splashdown. The small boats will be much closer so that they can be deployed in rapid fire succession to arrive at the side of Integrity to ensure that they begin the orderly process of erecting the front porch and beginning the process of opening the hatch. The John P. Murtha, the recovery ship, is expected to be about 5 miles away from the spacecraft at the time of splashdown. That will expedite the helo flight for the two helicopters back to the deck of the ship. Once on the ship, the crew will emerge from the helos, and they'll be brought into the medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical exams that will set the stage for them to be flown off the ship at a subsequent hour. We just don't know exactly what that hour will be at this point. It will depend on the condition of the crew and other factors. But once they depart the ship, they'll be flown by helicopter to the San Diego Naval Air Station to board a NASA plane to fly back to the Johnson Space Center in Houston. So that's your snapshot rundown of the activities that lie ahead. The next major activity just over 2 hours from now, that will be the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction burn number 3, the final in the series of fine-tuning maneuvers to pinpoint Integrity's precise path down the middle of the corridor for entry into the Earth's atmosphere. This is Mission Control Houston. This computer-generated visualization based on real-time telemetry from Integrity showing the distance from Earth decreasing with each passing second, now just 54,000 miles from Earth, and the distance traveled by Integrity's astronauts since they arrived at the Moon earlier this week. We are currently 7 hours, 10 minutes away from Splashdown, a high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere, awaiting Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen to wrap up a mission that will have logged from launch to Splashdown 694,481 miles. That, of course, includes that high Earth orbit that carried Integrity to an altitude at apogee of about 43,000 miles above the Earth for the first 24 hours of the mission to enable flight controllers to ring out all of the systems on Integrity and collect data that gave them the confidence to give approval for the translunar injection burn that sent the crew on its way to the Moon and an historic flyby of the lunar surface. This is Mission Control Houston. 8 days, 18 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of integrity on the Artemis II mission. Here in the flight control room, Flight Director Rick Henfling and his team of entry flight controllers on duty, joined by spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey. That's the voice you'll hear talking to the crew throughout the course of the day's activities through entry and through splashdown. Aboard Integrity, the astronauts, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen are wrapping up their post-sleep period, having an opportunity to review their morning mail, getting a bite to eat, and getting things set up for final cabin stowage of items no longer needed on this flight prior to the time they move into their entry checklist a few hours from now. The next major milestone will be 1 hour, 38 minutes from now. That will be the firing of the reaction control system thrusters on Integrity in what is called the RTC-3 burn, the return trajectory correction number 3 burn, the final in the series of mid-course correction maneuvers to fine-tune Integrity's path so that it reaches the center of the entry corridor at the orientation we want the vehicle in, as it approaches and enters the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet later today. This will be an 8-second burn to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. And again, will be the final major maneuver of this mission. After we discard the European service module, this evening at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, a few minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is a maneuver using Integrity's thrusters, about a 19-second burn that will lift the aft end of the vehicle and provide the final angle of attack that the spacecraft will be traveling in to reach the splashdown zone some 1,701 nautical miles from the point of entry interface. In the Pacific Ocean, the USS John P. Murtha is on station, ready to begin recovery operations once Integrity has splashed down. The splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. From launch to splashdown, Integrity and its 4 crew members will have traveled 694,481 miles. Communication with the crew on the voice loops will pick up considerably in the next short period of time here as we move out of the post-sleep period into the final hours of the cabin configuration, the preparations for the return trajectory correction burn, and then the crew moving into its entry checklist. All of Integrity's systems are in excellent shape. The latest weather forecast from the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center for the splashdown zone southwest of San Diego calls for winds at about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, wave periods, that's the periodic raise and subsidence of the waves against the spacecraft, that should be about 17 seconds in duration. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected in the splashdown area. The weather is go, the vehicle is go, and we are set for splashdown 6 hours, 48 minutes, and 50 seconds from now. This is Mission Control Houston.
Integrity Houston, good morning. Comm check, post ACU swaps.
Good morning, Houston. We got you loud and clear.
Hey, good morning, Jeremy. We want to let you know that OE2 is privatized, ready to start the conference early or on time at your preference. And afterwards, we've got a couple of cabin entry config items to sync with you. Give us a call.
Okay, Jackie. How about we take those cabin config items right away, and then we'll do the PMC.
We can do that. So looking at the cabin entry config procedure, step 5 for the AGAs is no perform. Based on your battery activities last night, AGA is in good shape through splashdown. And in step 10, that
tracks with our thinking.
We would like you to get going early on step 10. In particular, for the post-landing LIO, we'd like you to perform the battery check. That is in step 1 of your post-landing LIO mounting and routing procedure.
Okay, we can get started on the LIO.
All right, that was all we had for you for cabin entry config for now.
Houston, speaking of cabin config, one thing for you, the contingency urine CWC, that has, we had a plan so that we could actually complete that stowage as a get-ahead last night, and that's been done. We did not use a hefty bag, but it is empty, and it is sealed in 2 Ziplocs inside the JSB. We feel that it's unaccessible now, and we'd like to keep it in that config.
All right, Christina, thanks for the status. We will confirm that is a good config.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, Jackie, we'll head over to Private 2 for the PMC.
Staged out in the Pacific Ocean, just west of San Diego. We are staged about 6.5 miles from where we expect Orion to splash down.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 18 hours, 58 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the spacecraft, as we slowly but surely make our way back to Earth for a splashdown later this evening, the crew on board, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, are emerging from their post-sleep period. They are about to begin a private medical conference that has been planned all along with the flight surgeon here in Mission Control to make sure that there are no issues associated with their high-speed entry back to Earth later today, with splashdown scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site off the coast of San Diego. The crew has been in great shape ever since launch, and the vehicle is in excellent condition. It's very quiet here in the flight control room, no issues being worked as we count down toward the next milestone prior to entering the Earth's atmosphere, that being the return trajectory correction burn. This short 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second and slightly adjust its orientation, fine-tuning its position to properly enter the entry corridor across the Pacific Ocean later today. That burn...
Integrity you can normalize too.
In work.
That burn is scheduled at 1:53 p.m. Central Time, 2:53 p.m. Eastern Time. That'll be followed by the crew completing the configuration of the crew cabin for entry, stowing final items, and making sure all of their checklists and other post-splashdown devices that they will need are in the proper... making sure that all of their equipment is within arm's length after they splash down in the Pacific, waiting to be extracted from the vehicle by the recovery personnel that will be deployed from the USS John Murtha, which is on station out in the Pacific in the splashdown area. The weather forecast for splashdown is ideal. Winds just about 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet. Those are very benign conditions that will await Integrity's astronauts when they emerge from the spacecraft. Following splashdown, the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags will be inflated with helium to ensure that the spacecraft remains in an upright and rather benign situation as it bobs in the Pacific Ocean. This will expedite the ability of the recovery teams to erect a large raft called the front porch along the side of Integrity prior to the time that the hatches open and the crew is extracted from the vehicle that they have been aboard since April 1st for their launch for their lunar flyby. The heart of today's entry will begin.
Integrity Houston, some pre-burn SA for you. The Plus X flange heaters are on and prop avionics are configured.
Okay, we copy, Jackie.
Jeremy Hansen from the Canadian Space Agency acknowledging the call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey. It is her voice that you'll be hearing throughout entry and splashdown, calling all the major milestones and talking to the crew when required. The heart of today's activities will begin about 5.5 hours from now when we hand over the communications link from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System. That will come at 6:15 p.m. Central Time, followed about 18 minutes later when the crew module separates from the service module. At that point, the crew module will conduct a raise burn, as it is called. That is about a 19-second burn. That will be the final opportunity to more specifically dial in the flight path angle, the angle of attack before entry interface. That will use the roll thrusters on the command module, on the crew module. That angle of attack is particularly critical for this mission, so that we are mitigating any excessive buildup of heat on Orion's heat shield as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. At the point of peak heating, we are expecting temperatures to rise to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. That will induce an ionization around the spacecraft called a plasma wave. This is typical for all spacecraft that enter the Earth's atmosphere. A blackout period of 6 minutes will begin at about 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time. We'll lose all communications with the crew. That will be expected, and we'll report that when we do have a loss of data and communications. When we emerge from that blackout, right around 7 p.m. Central Time, straight up, Jackie Mahaffey, the Capcom here in Mission Control, will be calling the crew, if they don't call us first, to make sure that we hear them and that we have a good communications link for the final 7 minutes of the high-speed entry that will culminate with the deployment of a series of parachutes and finally 3 main parachutes that will gently allow Integrity to splash down in the Pacific at a velocity of just 19 miles an hour. The crew is expected to pull about 3.9 Gs during maximum G loads on them during the point of entry. And it's interesting to keep in mind that from the point of the start of entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, some 13.5 minutes before splashdown, the spacecraft will decelerate from a velocity of some 23,783 miles an hour to just 19 miles an hour at splashdown. So everything is in order aboard Integrity. We have a solid spacecraft and a solid go weather forecast in the splashdown zone as the world awaits the return of Artemis's astronauts from this historic lunar flyby. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 25 minutes, 30 seconds from now. This is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, both LiO, or all 4 LiO battery units are fully charged.
Houston copies. Good news. Thanks.
And Houston Integrity, we're ready to secure the cobalt brick and the WAP, but just want to check with you that you don't need the network on board before we do that. Check with you that you don't.
Integrity, for Jeremy, we copied your question. We were in a data rate handover, but we can confirm no further ground use for the WAP or cobalt brick, so go to tear those down. A follow-up for Christina, the empty CWC stowage config that you called earlier is a good config for entry, so no need to go find that. And finally, we can support a camera downlink if and when you are willing.
Okay, we copied all those, Jackie. And which cameras were you planning on coming on board with?
Yeah, good question. We just wanted to use cab 3.
We're good with that.
All right, we will join you.
Houston integrity for CBA pressure.
Go ahead.
CBA pressure is 2,500 psi.
Houston copies 2500.
This is Mission Control Houston. You just heard Mission Specialist Christina Cook aboard Integrity offering some parameters of cabin atmosphere readings. Everything on board is in great shape. We're just 56.5 minutes away from the return trajectory correction 3 burn. This will be the final major maneuver of the mission for Integrity, an 8-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to change its velocity by 4.2 feet per second, and further fine-tuning its path for the entry interface into the Earth's atmosphere later today. Just so we can identify some of the key players you'll hear and see here in Mission Control throughout the course of the day. On the front row, from left to right, that's astronaut Stan Love. He was the Ascent Capcom, or spacecraft communicator, talking to the crew and has pulled several shifts during the mission. Second from the left is Jackie Mahaffey, who will be the entry Capcom, talking to the crew during their high-speed return to Earth later today. Then to her left is entry flight director Rick Henfling, and to his left is Judd Freeling, who presided as flight director over the ascent of Integrity 9 days ago from the Kennedy Space Center. In the back row is the lead flight director for the mission, Jeff Radigan, and to his left is the chief of the flight director office, Emily Nelson. Once again, this view of the Earth, that is the port of call for Integrity's astronauts later today. Splashdown scheduled 6 hours, 8 minutes, and 22 seconds from now. Everything is in great shape on board the vehicle in the home stretch of what ultimately will be a 694,481-mile journey from launch to splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, our first view of the crew today. On the left, Commander Reed Wiseman. On the right, Pilot Victor Glover. They are reviewing some of the timeline parameters and some of the systems status boards on their computers on the flight deck of Orion. Everything is in great shape system-wise, and the weather forecast is a go forecast at the splashdown zone as the crew approaches the 6-hour mark until they return to Earth to complete this historic mission. The crew will monitor the RTC-3 burn. That's just 52 minutes from now. And then we'll move into the heart of completing the configuration of the crew cabin, stowing some final items, and reviewing their entry checklist as they march down the timeline towards the point at which they will don their launch and entry suits, the Orion Crew Survival Suits, or OCSS, the OX suits as they are called, and prepare for the final key elements of this mission that will start with entry interface at 6:53 p.m. Central Time today, when they reach the first traces of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. You can see down below in the lower deck of the crew cabin, if you will, Christina Cook. Jeremy Hansen is right by her. The crew will begin the suit-up procedures later today. They'll conduct leak checks on their suits to ensure that they're in a good configuration for the entry. And once again, we're struck by some of the numbers involved. At the point of entry interface, which will be about 13 and a half minutes before splashdown, the vehicle will be traveling some 23,839 miles an hour. At the point of splashdown, 13 and a half minutes later, they will have decelerated under parachutes and through the interaction of Earth's atmosphere, the friction created by Earth's atmosphere, they will have decelerated to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour. All preparations on the USS John P. Murtha, the recovery ship out in the Pacific, are complete. Everyone is at the ready. The Navy recovery teams, the flight surgeons who will greet the astronauts for their initial medical exams. There will be Navy helicopters and fast boats that will be deployed from the Murtha to move alongside the spacecraft. It will take about 15 minutes, perhaps a bit less, for the flight control team here in Mission Control to power down the vehicle. Once it splashes down and the airbags, the inflatable airbags, 5 of them at the forward bay cover at the top of the spacecraft, are inflated to ensure that the vehicle remains in an upright orientation in the Pacific. The airbags will be deployed. The vehicle will be powered down. That's not the end for Mission Control here in Houston. They will not hand over to the Exploration Ground Systems folks until the crew has been extracted from the vehicle onto a large raft that will be erected alongside the hatch to Integrity. That is called the front porch. Each of the crew members will leave the vehicle, Christina Cook first, followed by Victor Glover, then Jeremy Hansen, then Reed Wiseman. Once in the raft, they'll spend a few minutes as they get their land legs back before they're harnessed and hoisted one by one in alternating fashion to a pair of hovering Navy helicopters overhead. Christina Cook will be hoisted first into helicopter number 1, then Jeremy Hansen to helicopter number 2, Victor Glover to helicopter number 1, Reed Wiseman to helicopter number 2. We're about to have a quick burn conference with the crew to review the parameters of the upcoming return trajectory correction burn. Again, a final opportunity to fine-tune Integrity's path towards its splashdown zone and to make sure the orientation of the spacecraft is correct for its angle of attack into the Earth's atmosphere.
Integrity Houston, 2 minutes to starfield maneuvers.
We copy that, Jackie.
Integrity currently maneuvering to what is called the starfield calibration orientation to set the calibration correct for our GPS system on board the vehicle, as well as other navigation aids that will be used during Integrity's plunge back through the Earth's atmosphere toward its splashdown site. Countdown clocks here in Mission Control ticking backward toward the arrival of Integrity at entry interface. 5 hours and 43 minutes mark. Splashdown 5 hours 56 minutes from now.
Houston Integrity, we are standing by for the burn conference whenever you are ready.
We are ready. Your final burn plan is on board, and we've got several deltas to the pad. The deltas are to version 2 uplink at day 100, 12:20. The first delta is TIG slip is 10 minutes. Secondary pointing Omicron is 2525.0. For your guidance solution, Delta V tote 4.17. For your attitude in Delta V, this remains frame inertial. Attitude, yaw pitch roll, is 4643.237. Delta V, X 2.1, Y 2.2, Z negative 2.9. How copy?
Okay, Jackie, we caught the end material. Can you give us the trim number that you started with and Omicron, I believe, were the two? Or maybe TIG slip and Omicron.
TIG slip is 10 minutes. Omicron is 25.0.
Okay, Jackie, we copied all the deltas, but we are not confident we started with the right file. Can you confirm the date, the UTC of ground generation?
Yep, that is day 100, hour 12, minute 20, 20.
So Jackie, that ground generation date time is what we had as version 1, and you said version 2, so that's what's throwing us off. We were looking for a version 2, but we saved version 1 as version 2 to get ready for these deltas. Did you uplink a new burn pad, or were you just instructing us to save it as version 2?
Yeah, sorry about that. These deltas we're reading you are called version 2. And the UTC we are expecting you to be referencing is the one I read off.
Okay, copy. We wrote those deltas on the Excel file that was labeled version 1, and we have saved it as version 2.
That's perfect. Couple of final notes for you. Under burn execution steps, step 8, OpNav pass. We are performing OpNav pass, and that did kick off automatically. And then in burn notes, we just want to clarify for the PCL message today, that is message 3.10.02.
Okay, we copy step 8 auto and 3.10.02, which we all read. Thank you. Any other deltas to the steps, burn execution steps?
No deltas. One final note, the cell in the burn notes that talks about if BFS engages does have about 2 rows worth of text, so you may need to expand it to see all of it.
Jackie, that is a great call. Thank you for that information.
And that is everything we had for the burn conference.
Okay, we copy. Thank you very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. That exchange between Capcom Jackie Mahaffey here in Mission Control and pilot Victor Glover aboard Integrity, reading off all the critical numbers for the upcoming return trajectory correction 3 burn. That's on tap just 37 minutes from now at 1:53 p.m. Central Time. This final major maneuver will be an 8-second burn of the reaction control system thrusters to amend the velocity of Integrity by 4.2 feet per second. It also contains a number of angular adjustments to Integrity's orientation to fine-tune its precise orientation as it enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point of 400,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean, called entry interface. This is critical because we want Integrity to be in the right orientation to minimize heating on the heat shield of the vehicle. This needs to be extremely precise and will be fine-tuned one more time through what is called a crew module raise burn tonight at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, a 19-second burn that will fine-tune the angle of attack for one last time to make sure Integrity is entering the Earth's atmosphere in an orientation that will minimize the peak heating effects on the heat shield. As it is, the temperatures around the heat shield are expected to be somewhere between 4,000 and 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. However, at the angle at which we are entering the Earth's atmosphere, it is a much more benign heating effect on the heat shield than what was experienced during the Artemis I mission.
Houston Integrity, are we go for secondary wastewater line dump?
Integrity, you are go for secondary line dumps.
We copy, thank you.
Integrity Houston, for the burn, SM prop helium ISO valves are configured.
Okay, we see closed, open, and that's what we were expecting. Thanks for the confirmation.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Flight Director Rick Henfling here in Mission Control. The entry flight director is going to be polling his team of flight controllers to get a go for the RTC-3 burn, which is coming up in just 31 minutes. We're back inside the cabin of Integrity, looking at Jeremy Hansen on the left, Christina Cook in the middle, Victor Glover on the right. The crew, and there's Reed Wiseman, the commander of the ship. Everything is in great shape as we await splashdown 5 hours and 44 minutes from now. The entry profile for Integrity is a source of great interest because of some of the heat shield damage that was unexpected during Artemis I. We have deliberately created a trajectory which is essentially a lofted entry profile rather than a skip entry. If you recall, the skip entry on Artemis I was a trajectory in which we performed an initial dip into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then skipped out of the atmosphere, sort of like throwing a flat rock against a lake, and then dipped a second and final time into the atmosphere before splashing down in the Pacific. However, that profile induced a longer entry range of some 3,178 nautical miles in length that induced a 20-minute duration of a higher total heat load on the vehicle. So after a great analysis and the review of an independent review team, we decided to amend the entry profile to a maximum entry range of 1,775 nautical miles. In this case, we're going to be flying downrange from the point of entry interface to a splashdown zone just 1,701 nautical miles downrange, heading from southwest to northeast towards the coast of California. The 20-minute duration of the Artemis I entry has been reduced to just 13.5 minutes in duration for Artemis II, thus inducing a lower total heat load on the vehicle and mitigating any deleterious effects on the heat shield itself. The flight control team, the engineers, have tremendous confidence in this entry profile that will protect the heat shield from any excessive loads that may be imparted on it during this high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. Having said that, we still will be exposing the heat shield to temperatures some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit as we enter peak heating at the point of entry interface and a communications blackout within a few minutes after that. Currently taking a poll in the room for a go for RTC-3. That'll be communicated to the crew momentarily.
Integrity Houston, good final targeting, and we are go for the burn pending SAW positioning.
We copy. Houston, go for the burn. Thank you.
And again, the burn that's coming up, RTC-3, just 27.5 minutes from now, will be an 8-second firing of the reaction control system thrusters to change the delta on the velocity to about 4.2 feet per second, and refining Integrity's path to reach entry interface at the correct angle and at the correct time and orientation. If you think of a cone across the Pacific Ocean, that's the entry corridor. We want to hit right into the middle of that corridor. I said yesterday it was like splitting the uprights, and that's exactly what it is. We want to make sure that we're right down the pike, heading toward the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego. This burn and the subsequent crew module raise burn, that will be a final amendment to the angle of attack of Integrity, all designed to minimize heating effects on Integrity's heat shield. A short time ago, the Spaceflight Meteorology Group briefed the entry flight control team on the latest weather at the splashdown zone where the USS John P. Murtha is stationed, ready to begin recovery operations shortly after splashdown. The weather is ideal, not an issue in the terms of the winds, just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet expected to greet the crew. There will be some broken and scattered clouds that Integrity will be descending through, but that's not a factor. We are committed, of course, to splashing down today at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. At this hour, Flight Dynamics reporting that Integrity is 45,534 nautical miles away from Earth. continuing to close in. Its velocity will be accelerating over the next several hours. At the point that we reach the top of the Earth's atmosphere at entry interface at an altitude of 400,000 feet, Integrity and its astronauts will be traveling some 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. That velocity will increase slightly to 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour at peak velocity. There will be a series of roll reversals. Those are computer-induced maneuvers that will occur after we complete the blackout period. Actually, there are 2 before while we are in the blackout period and 3 more afterwards. Those roll reversals designed to dissipate energy, reducing the speed through the laws of physics to bleed off excess energy as the vehicle points itself toward the splashdown zone prior to going subsonic and then inducing the beginning of the parachute deployment sequence. The crew is expected to pull just under 4 Gs during the maximum G loads on themselves and the vehicle. We have 3 spaceflight veterans and 1 first-time flyer in Jeremy Hansen. Unlike an International Space Station flight of 6 months or more in duration, these are well-skilled astronauts and test pilots. Christina Cook, of course, having returned to Earth, as did Reed Wiseman from his first flight in Soyuz vehicles for parachute-assisted landings in Kazakhstan. Victor Glover flew on a Crew Dragon vehicle. For those keeping track, once again, one of the key periods during the entry into the Earth's atmosphere will be this 6-minute communications blackout that is predicted and is typical.
Integrity. Tank pressures are good for the burn.
Copy that, Jackie. Thank you.
Capcom Jackie Mahaffey saying that all of the systems, including the pressures in the propellant tanks, are in good shape, ready for the RTC-3 burn coming up just 18.5 minutes from now. Once again, the blackout period that will be of great interest to those listening and watching this evening is typical for any spacecraft re-entering the Earth's atmosphere because of the buildup of heat against a returning spacecraft, whether it's Integrity today or a Russian Soyuz vehicle or a SpaceX Dragon. These vehicles have heat shields that are designed to repel the heat. However, there is an ionization around the spacecraft, a buildup of plasma that is caused by the interaction of the velocity of the spacecraft entering the Earth's atmosphere and the friction of the Earth's atmosphere itself. This ionization period, or the blackout period, is expected to last 6 minutes tonight. It is expected to begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time, just 24 minutes or 24 seconds after the beginning of entry interface. That blackout of 6 minutes is the period of time where we will not be in communications with the crew or receiving data from Integrity itself as it barrels through the atmosphere. We will be communicating with the crew toward the end of that 6-minute period and reestablishing communications just as quickly as atmospheric physics will allow us to. The blackout period is expected to end at 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, which would be 6 minutes and 25 seconds from the start of entry interface. Now, after splashdown, several activities will be occurring. First will be to ensure that the vehicle is upright in what is known as a stable 1 configuration. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, the CMOOS bags, the crew module uprighting system bags, 5 of them that are surrounding the vehicle at the forward bay cover in a circumferential orientation. Those 5 large airbags will be inflated with helium and be inflated.
Integrity, Houston. Solar arrays are in position for the burn.
We see the same, Jackie.
The CMOOS bags, again, 5 large inflatable airbags that are inflated with helium right after splashdown. Those bags designed to maintain an upright orientation for the spacecraft. Flight controllers here in Mission Control will begin to work to power down the vehicle, also check for any leakage of toxic gas. We are not expecting any issues. Integrity's in great shape as it prepares for its homecoming 5.5 hours from now. But to ensure that the approaching Navy recovery team does not encounter any toxic gases, we will make the first check of that here in Mission Control, power down the vehicle, and we will be reestablishing communications with the crew through what is known as VLDR. You'll hear that call. It is the very low data rate that takes over from the tracking and data relay satellite system communications that we'll be using during the descent towards splashdown. It may be a period of seconds or even minutes before we establish that very low data rate with the crew following splashdown, so we'll keep a sharp ear out and obviously carry that on the Orion to Earth loops that we provide for you and have been since the beginning of our coverage with launch back on April 1st. Here in Mission Control, the focus of attention is the upcoming Return Trajectory Correction 3 burn. That's coming up less than 13 minutes from now. We're a couple of minutes out from maneuvering to that orientation.
Copy that. All is calm on board, Jackie. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston. While we wait for the burn, this view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha showing some of the armada of helicopters. There will be Navy helicopters hovering over Integrity following splashdown. 2 of them to be employed in the hoisting of the crew members off of the front porch raft that will be erected alongside the vehicle following splashdown. 2 crew members, 2 astronauts for each of the 2 helicopters for the short ride back to the deck of the Murtha, where they will be brought into the medical bay for comprehensive post-flight medical exams. We'll have a lot more from the ship once we begin our NASA Plus coverage that will be simulcast with our continuing YouTube 24/7 coverage, the NASA Plus coverage beginning at 5:30 p.m. Central, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Continuing with the view of the crew in the cabin of Integrity, as we are almost 7 minutes away now from the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. Integrity systems are functioning in excellent shape. The weather at the splashdown zone out in the Pacific is go and is forecast to be go. We are committed, of course, to a splashdown, that return trajectory that will enable Integrity's astronauts to splash down at 7:07 p.m. Central tonight. That was guaranteed with the translunar injection burn back on April 2nd that took the vehicle and its 4 crew members out of low Earth orbit, following a 24-hour period of a high Earth orbit elliptical trajectory. At the low point of that trajectory, which was some 43,000 by 0 miles, at the low point, that's when Integrity's engine fired, the service module engine fired to break out of our Earth orbit and send humans en route to the moon for the first time since December of 1972. It also guaranteed what was known as a free return trajectory that the laws of orbital mechanics dictated would carry Integrity on a loop around the moon and its historic lunar flyby the other day, and then on the trip back to Earth, which will culminate with a splashdown this evening, 5 hours and 19 minutes from now. As you can see, the maneuver to the burn attitude has induced quite a bit of sunlight coming into the crew cabin. We're now under 5 minutes until the burn.
Integrity, Orion is in burn attitude.
And it is an unbelievably spectacular view. Thanks, Jackie.
Reed Wiseman responding to Capcom Jackie Mahaffey, that attitude into the burn orientation for the return trajectory correction burn coming up in just under 4 minutes has offered the crew yet another spectacular view of the Earth growing larger in their windows.
Integrity Houston in 22.3 critical Q card. We're looking for the BFS burn ATP to no go. To go, excuse me, to go.
Jackie, we are BFS burn ATP go, and we do not need to command the no-go on this because we're SM plus X.
Good words. Sorry about the confusion, and we see a good config.
Coming up on 1 minute till the burn. Mark, 1 minute. This is an 8-second burn with a change in velocity of 4.2 feet per second. Ten seconds. Burn underway. Good engine, good control. Burn complete.
Integrity looks like a good RTC-3 burn, and we are assessing details.
Hey, Jackie, we see the same on board, and we just wanted to give a huge shout out to that ESA Airbus team, to our friends in the Netherlands and Germany and at the Glenn Research Center. This vehicle powered us and it propelled us from the Earth to the Moon and back with extreme precision, and we are excited to be a part of your team.
Houston and centers around the world, copy. Thank you.
Commander Reed Wiseman with a shout out.
Jackie, we are ready to reconfigure our F7 SIP switches for entry, if you can give us that go.
You are go for F7 switches.
Reed Wiseman providing a shout out to the European engineering community.
Copy the go.
Which built the European service module.
And you are now maneuvering back to biased tail to sun attitude.
We see it.
That European service module will separate from the crew module this evening at 6:33 p.m. shortly after we hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay satellite system, and about 4 minutes before the crew module will use its thrusters in a 19-second raise burn to lift the aft end of the vehicle into the final angle of attack for entrance into the Earth's atmosphere and the mitigation of excessive heat loads on the heat shield of Integrity. So with the final major burn having been successfully completed, the crew is now preparing to complete the configuration of the crew cabin, a final stowage capability, and an opportunity to put other items away that they will not need during the entry phase. They'll move into their entry checklist about 2 hours from now at about 4 p.m. Central Time. Events will start to accelerate in terms of time as we approach the point at which entry interface will begin.
We're going to need a copy of that photo when you guys get back. Copy them. Integrity. FIDO confirmed that that was a great RTC-3.
Outstanding. Thanks, Fido. And a second thanks to the team. That's awesome.
Integrity prop post-burn reconfig is complete. And if you were hanging out in step 23.4, you can skip it. We are in a good config.
And Jackie, we were talking about seats. I'm in instruction 337 of 392, and then can you repeat that call?
Yep, the prop post-burn reconfig is complete, and there is no need for the remainder of 23.4. You can consider that closed out.
Remainder of 23.4, closed out, copy. And Jackie, just confirm, I know you said the rest of 23.4. I'm not looking at this in steps, just instructions. Confirm that's the BFS configured for the burn subsequent steps as well.
Affirm, all the way through instruction 347 can be skipped.
Okay, I see that takes us to step 24. I did not do any of the remaining steps in step 23, and that is over to you, MCC. We're moving back to cabin config.
Houston copies and concurs. And Victor and the rest of the Integrity crew, the only DPC-related topic we had for you this morning was to sync up on cabin config and get a status of where you are in the procedure.
Okay, Jackie, we're with you on that. We are complete through step 7. Actually, step 8 now is complete as well. And step 15 is complete. And we'll update you on the rest as we go along.
We copy all.
This is Mission Control, Houston. 8 days, 20 hours, 33 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. We are under 5 hours now from the splashdown of Integrity in the Pacific off the coast of San Diego to wrap up this lunar flyby mission. Integrity systems are in excellent shape. The recovery team on the USS Mertha out in the Pacific is at the ready. The ship is basically parked in the right position to be able to expedite a recovery of the crew following splashdown and after the vehicle has been powered down. Navy helicopters, divers, other recovery personnel will move alongside the capsule to set up a large inflatable raft called a front porch that will be used to extract the crew members in one by one after the hatch is opened. That process of extracting the crew is timelined at least and has been practiced to occur some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown. The weather conditions out in the Pacific are ideal for today's splashdown. We're talking winds just 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for better weather for this homecoming for Integrity, the first time that a crew will have splashed down in the vehicle in the Artemis program. We completed the final major maneuver of the mission using the European Service Module's thrusters a short time ago. That was the return trajectory correction number 3 burn. That basically fine-tuned ever so slightly the trajectory and the path of Integrity and sweetened the angle of attack so that we hit the right corridor coming in over the Pacific Ocean with onboard computers honed in on the splashdown zone some 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the start of entry interface. Splashdown is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset at the splashdown site. This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 20 hours, 39 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. There is our planet, growing larger in the field of view with each passing minute. We are currently 34,900 nautical miles from Earth and beginning to accelerate toward a splashdown in the Pacific for this four-person crew, 4 hours and 52 minutes from now. Everything on board Integrity is in great shape. All the systems are functioning perfectly. The crew is in the process of wrapping up their cabin configuration, stowing final items that they no longer need for the remainder of their journey. They will also move into an entry checklist in about an hour and 45 minutes, reviewing entry procedures and the latest uplink messages to them before we begin the process of getting the crew suited up prior to the crew module, service module separation. All is well aboard Integrity, and the weather is go for splashdown. The USS John P. Murtha is in place in the recovery zone, ready to begin deploying its assets for imagery as well as for the recovery operations themselves.
Integrity Houston, for the TLT unconverged caution, we were running orb guide post-burn to look at post-burn targeting, and that particular sequence did not include running TLT. That is what triggered the caution. We have no concerns.
Okay, outstanding. Thank you.
That call from Capcom Jackie Mahaffey to the crew, indicating TLT, which is a targeted landing trajectory. That is simply a value that was placed on board on the onboard computers, but is not being used for today's entry by the crew. The last maneuver that will be conducted by Integrity will occur at 6:37 p.m. Central Time tonight. That is the crew module raise burn. That occurs about 4 minutes after the crew module will have separated from the service module. This will be about a 19-second burn with a velocity change of about 9.9 feet per second as the precursor to entry interface. The raise burn designed as a final opportunity to sweeten the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, of the vehicle as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, placing the vehicle in the proper orientation perfectly with precision to mitigate any excessive heat loads on the heat shield of the spacecraft. Entry interface will begin at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 400,000 feet, while Integrity is traveling 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Within 24 seconds after entry interface, which is essentially the top of the Earth's atmosphere where the crew will begin to feel the tug of gravity, we'll start a 6-minute blackout period, that is expected, in which we'll lose communications with the crew and data here in the flight control room. The blackout is induced by the buildup of ionization from the interaction of the velocity of the vehicle with the friction of Earth's atmosphere. It creates a plasma shield around the vehicle, preventing communications from occurring. That 6-minute blackout is scheduled to end right around 7 p.m. straight up. And at that point, the vehicle will have descended to an altitude of 157,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at 13,300 feet per second.
Houston Integrity, could you go off board on the cameras for a couple, please?
In work. And Integrity, Cab 3 is not streaming.
Thank you, Jackie. Houston integrity, step 9 is complete. The seats are configured.
Houston, copy seats.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 5 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. Several countdown clocks are ticking backward here in the flight control room as the Earth grows larger and larger in the field of view. In order, the next major milestone will be a raise burn of the crew module. That raise burn will follow the separation of the crew module from the service module this evening. The separation of the crew module is scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. 4 minutes later, at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, we'll conduct about a 19-second raise burn. This is a slight maneuver to tilt up the aft end of Integrity in a final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack that Integrity will incur as it enters the Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean. The entry path for Integrity today is portrayed here in this graphic. Basically, entry interface is 1,701 nautical miles uprange, if you will, from the expected splashdown point near the USS John Murtha, the recovery ship, and off the coast of San Diego. The entry interface point is critical because what we want to do is put Integrity in an orientation that will mitigate a peak heating on the heat shield. For a point of comparison, during Artemis I, we had an entry range of 3,178 nautical miles from the point of entry interface and a 20-minute entry profile. That was the so-called skip entry, in which the Artemis I vehicle dipped into the atmosphere to dissipate some energy, then lofted or skipped out of the atmosphere, then dipped a second and final time back into the atmosphere before splashing down. What that resulted in was a higher heat load on the heat shield, which caused unexpected char liberation. So rather than design the heat shield or replace it for Artemis II, we elected to go into a different trajectory profile. This one with a max entry range of 1,775 nautical miles, or in today's case, all of our maneuvers and orbital mechanics will take us 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. This will only be a 13.5-minute entry profile for Integrity and its astronauts, and results in a much lower heat load on the heat shield. This is deliberate so that we have the lessening effect of charring on the heat shield, should there be any at all, and we do expect some. But this will more than protect the astronauts from the effects of peak heating, which will be some 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit during the maximum peak heating around the vehicle. That will also cause a 6-minute blackout because of ionization as heat is repelled or thwarted from the heat shield while the vehicle flies in the direction of travel towards splashdown. The raise burn that places us in our final orientation for angle of attack into entry interface, that raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. Entry interface itself is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, when we hit the top of the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet, traveling about 34,800 feet per second. We expect our peak velocity just a few moments later, and that peak velocity is forecast by flight dynamics to be 34,965 feet per second, or 23,839 miles an hour. Now, this all occurs after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes. We will lose communications with the vehicle just 24 seconds after we enter the Earth's atmosphere or entry interface, as you see there. This is an expected 6-minute blackout that will begin at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. Central Time and will last almost until 7 p.m. straight up Central Time. Once we regain communications with the crew following the blackout, we will continue a series of roll reversals. These are gentle rolls to the left and back to the right, essentially bleeding off excess energy and excess heat on the vehicle as we approach the splashdown site. The vehicle is expected to go subsonic at 7:02 and 25 seconds p.m. Central Time. That's about 8.5 or almost 9 minutes after the beginning of entry interface. And at that point, we will be at an altitude of 59,000 feet above the Pacific Ocean. A series of parachute deployments will begin. The first of that will be the forward bay cover parachutes that will basically pull the top forward bay cover off the very top of the vehicle, allowing other parachute deployment activities to occur. The forward bay cover chute deployment is scheduled at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time at an altitude of 23,946 feet. The forward bay cover parachutes are used in conjunction with pyrotechnic thrusters to ensure the separation of that forward bay cover, protecting Orion and its parachutes during the heat of reentry. Following that, there'll be the deployment of drogue chutes. These are 2 drogue parachutes, 23 feet in diameter. These drogue chutes will be deployed at an altitude of 23,483 feet. At this point, our velocity will have slowed from almost 24,000 feet per second to just 470 feet per second in a matter of minutes. 3 pilot parachutes will be used to lift and deploy the main parachutes from the crew module forward bay. Those main parachutes, 3 of them, are used to slow the crew module down to a splashdown at a speed that ensures astronaut safety. Each main parachute 265 feet in length from the crew module attachment to the top when inflated. The main chute deployment is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. Central Time. Now that's just 11 minutes and 13 seconds after the start of entry interface. At this point, we'll be at an altitude of 5,445 feet above the Pacific. And splashdown to complete this mission is scheduled at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, 2.5 hours before sunset. The crew will splash down in the Pacific southwest of San Diego at a gentle rate of just 19 miles an hour. Following splashdown, the flight control team here in Houston is not done. Our work is just beginning at that point as we begin the process of powering down the vehicle. This is after we have established communications with the crew through a very low data rate system. The communications link will no longer be active through the tracking and data relay satellite system, so we're going to be going to a very low data rate system. We hope to establish communications with the crew fairly rapidly. That's not guaranteed. It depends on the orientation of the vehicle. The likelihood is the vehicle will splash down upright in what's known as stable 1. Whether it's upright or in some other orientation, we'll begin the process of inflating 5 inflatable airbags that are positioned in a circumferential manner around the forward bay cover at the top of integrity. These airbags will be inflated through helium. Those 5 airbags will guarantee the proper orientation upright for the spacecraft through the rest of the process of extracting the crew, which should take some 45 minutes to an hour to complete. Navy divers, fast boats, a pair of Navy helicopters, other recovery personnel will come alongside the vehicle to begin erecting an inflatable raft called the front porch that the crew will be extracted into. You've seen that in movies. You've seen it in the Apollo program and archival footage. And one by one, the crew will be hoisted in alternating fashion to 2 hovering Navy helicopters for the trip back to the deck of the USS John Murtha, where they will leave the helicopters and move into medical bay on the ship for comprehensive medical examinations. As the astronauts aboard Integrity are in the process of stowing final items in the cabin before they move into their entry checklists, a final review of the procedures and the timelined activities for the rest of this mission. The next major milestone, once again, will be the separation of the European Service Module, which has performed valiantly throughout the course of this flight, from the crew module. That pyrotechnic separation scheduled 3 hours and 41 minutes from now. Just 3.5 minutes after that will be the crew module raise burn. That raise burn is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time. It's expected to be about a 19-second firing of the crew module thrusters in one final opportunity to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Splashdown 4 hours, 14 minutes from now, southwest of San Diego, where the weather is forecast to be ideal. Just some broken and scattered clouds expected, 10-knot winds, wave heights less than 4 feet. You couldn't ask for a better day out in the Pacific for the homecoming of the first crew to fly aboard the Orion spacecraft. At a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 18 minutes into the flight, this is Mission Control Houston.
Houston Integrity, Jackie, steps 10 and 11 are complete.
Houston copies steps 10 and 11. You guys are on track, looking great.
For those just joining this view of the key players here in Mission Control, part of the flight control team, Rick Henfling, second from the right, is the entry flight director for this mission. Seated to his left is Judd Freeling, who was the flight director for Ascent back on April 1st. Jackie Mahaffey is second from the left. She is the Capcom whose voice you'll be hearing throughout the course of the afternoon and evening, talking directly to Integrity's astronauts through Splashdown. Stan Love, a veteran astronaut, is on the far left of your screen. He was the Ascent Capcom. He's joining Mahaffey today as a second set of eyes on all the data that we'll be discussing and hearing from the crew during the course of their high-speed entry back into the Earth's atmosphere. And this is Mission Control Houston. You can see one of the helicopters that will be involved in the recovery operations, having taken off from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. Recovery operations underway. Several helicopters will be employed not just for recovery, but for imagery activities. On the deck of the John P. Murtha, a view of multiple views, camera views, that are being provided to us courtesy of the USS John P. Murtha that we'll be utilizing throughout the course of the evening in our coverage. Once we start the NASA Plus coverage at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, that's a simulcast of our 24/7 YouTube coverage. My colleague from the Kennedy Space Center, Megan Cruz, is on the Murtha, and she'll be providing updates and interviews as well as we continue our operational coverage of the recovery of the Integrity astronauts following their lunar flyby mission.
Houston integrity for toilet configure for return.
Go ahead.
We have an empty canister. Can you confirm that I don't need to do steps 1.2 to 1.4?
Checking. And Christina, we concur you do not need to perform the steps you listed.
Thanks, Jackie.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 21 hours, 38 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board, all is quiet, as it is here in Mission Control, with everything moving along in trip hammer fashion, in good shape, all of Integrity's systems in great shape, and the weather at the splashdown zone off the coast of San Diego couldn't be better. A forecast of go conditions with winds of just 10 knots, wave heights less than 4 feet, ideal conditions for the recovery of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen following their splashdown, which is just 3 hours and 53 minutes from now. The next major milestone coming up in 3 hours and 19 minutes, that will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module that has performed perfectly during the course of the flight. The service module separation from the crew module scheduled at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. Just 4 minutes later, there will be a slight maneuver, a raise burn as it is called. This will tilt the aft end of the crew module upward ever so slightly in one final opportunity to refine the flight path angle, the angle of attack, if you will, as Integrity enters the Earth's atmosphere at the point called entry interface. That is at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, or some 16 minutes after the raise burn itself. All of these events will be happening fairly rapidly as we move over the next few hours toward a splashdown of the crew and a completion of a mission that will have totaled 694,481 miles from launch to splashdown.
Houston integrity for timeline.
Christina, we're with you.
Hey, Jackie. You guys okay if we start entry checklist 30 minutes early?
Checking. And Integrity Houston for entry checklist. We are ready for you to begin 18.0.1 entry checklist, steps 1 through 6.
Copy. We're go entry checklist 1 through 6. Thanks.
And step 3 for GPS can be skipped. GPS has been powered and it still looks good.
Copy. Step 3 is a skip.
This is Mission Control Houston at a mission elapsed time of 8 days, 21 hours, 50 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. The crew is completing the configuration of the crew cabin. Soon they'll be breaking out their launch and entry suits in preparation for donning those suits and conducting leak checks as we get a bit further along in the entry preparation time frame. Meanwhile, we're looking forward to the next major milestone. That will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 3 hours and 7 minutes from now. That's scheduled to occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time, 7:33 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 minutes after that, we'll conduct a raise burn. This will be about a 19-second firing of Integrity's thrusters with a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second. That will adjust the angle of attack of the vehicle by gently tipping the aft end of Integrity higher, if you will, like sitting in a reclining chair and basically leaning back a bit. This angle of attack adjustment is specifically designed and pre-planned to dissipate some energy, and then we lofted back out of the atmosphere briefly, then dipped back in a second time before splashing down in the Pacific. After the flight, the post-flight inspection and video analysis showed that there was an area of mechanical char liberation that was not expected. And so after extensive analysis and the review of an independent review team, it was determined to adjust the entry profile for Artemis II, minimizing the range of entry from 3,178 nautical miles to a distance of just 1,775 nautical miles across the Pacific. So instead of 20 minutes of exposure to heating effects, today we're going to only encounter 13.5 minutes of heat loads on the vehicle. Our intended splashdown target is about 1,701 nautical miles downrange from the point of entry interface. It will be about 13.5 minutes from the time that we enter the Earth's atmosphere at an altitude of 400,000 feet at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time to the point of splashdown at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time. In that brief 13.5 minute period, peak heating on the vehicle should be about 4,000 to 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. The heat to be repelled by Integrity's heat shield, as it is for any vehicle entering the Earth's atmosphere that has a crew on board. The crew should be experiencing a G load on their bodies of about 3.9 Gs at peak loads on the crew members, feeling the tug of Earth's gravity for the first time in 9 days. We will decelerate from a speed of 23,839 miles an hour just after we begin the blackout period of 6 minutes in duration to a splashdown velocity of just 19 miles an hour, all that happening in rapid fire succession. Splashdown now 3 hours and 36 minutes from now, 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time. The USS John P. Murtha is on station. Some of the airborne assets, helicopters, and fixed-wing aircraft are taking off in sequential fashion from the deck of the ship. These are imagery assets, the actual Navy recovery helicopters that will hoist the crew out of the front porch, inflatable raft that will be erected alongside the hatchway to Integrity. And there's a view, a live view from the deck of the USS John P. Murtha. It is a bit overcast. We do expect those clouds to lift a bit over the next few hours. We should have some broken and scattered clouds. It won't be crystal clear blue skies out there in the Pacific, but the weather is go and forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group. The Navy helicopters will be hovering over the spacecraft once it is powered down and once it is guaranteed to be uprighted through the inflation of the 5 crew module uprighting system airbags that will take place shortly after splashdown. The Navy divers and a Navy flight surgeon will pull alongside the spacecraft to begin the process of erecting the front porch. Then they will open up the hatch and begin to extract the crew members one by one. They'll have an opportunity to get their land legs back a bit before they're hoisted one by one in harnesses up inside the 2 awaiting helicopters. They'll be hoisted up in alternating fashion. So there'll be two crew members for each helicopter for the short ride back to the Mertha. Once they arrive on the deck of the ship, they'll be brought into medical bay for comprehensive medical exams. That is all part of the post-flight medical evaluation of these crew members as they complete their mission around the moon and back to Earth.
Integrity Houston for entry checklist.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, a couple of questions for you. We realized we didn't give you an explicit thumbs up to perform step 1.2 for the flight path angle hash mark update, so we wanted to confirm that you did in fact perform the set EI FPA limits procedure. And secondly, we want your opinion on the in and out CMIS caution. Is that something that will be distracting such that we should inhibit it?
Okay, we are going to go execute 1.2. We had skipped that, and we would prefer to inhibit the CMIS caution on board.
Okay, we copy, and just to close the loop on that, that will mean on flight.landing you would not have a yellow or down arrow indication if that does stay below the threshold.
And that is totally fine.
Houston, integrity for toilet deactivation.
Integrity, Jackie had to step off for a second. Go ahead for toilet.
Yes, sir. Hey, Stan. Great to hear your voice. We are ready for MCC to deactivate the toilet.
Houston copies. Putting that in work.
This is Mission Control Houston. That communication from Christina Cook on board Integrity to spacecraft communicator Stan Love.
Integrity for burn telemetry on CM raise burn. 2 questions.
Go for CM raise questions.
Hey, Jackie, we see a Delta V tote on our display of 9.9, which is fairly close to the 8.5 on the entry pad, but our TGO on the display is 44 seconds, and the entry pad estimated 19 seconds. Can you all take a look at that for us?
Hey, Reed, good catch. The explanation there is that Delta V is about what we expect update-wise, but the TGO calculation is not understanding that you will not have the SM when you burn CM raised. So it's doing a different mass calculation there.
I remember that class in November of 2023 in Building 5 on the 3rd floor. Thank you very much.
This is Mission Control Houston. Commander Reed Wiseman inquiring about the values for the upcoming crew module raise burn. Again, as we've explained, this burn that's scheduled 2 hours and 51 minutes from now is designed to tilt the angle of attack a bit upward, basically raising the aft end of the vehicle prior to entry interface, to improve the angle of attack and minimize heating effects on the heat shield for the Orion vehicle. The crew module raise burn will occur about 4 minutes after the service module is separated from the crew module, and we're expecting about a 19-second burn.
Integrity, Houston, the toilet is unpowered.
Christina Rogers, thank you.
The crew module raise burn is expected to be 19 seconds in duration, with a change in velocity of about 9.9 feet per second. Once again, that's designed to fine-tune the angle of attack for Integrity as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, which will occur about 16.5 minutes after the raise burn itself. And as you heard, spacecraft communicator Jackie Mahaffey relaying that we have sent commands to turn off the ship's potty, so it is no longer to be used for the remainder of the mission, with splashdown scheduled 3 hours and 19 minutes from now. The 4 crew members on board Integrity, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, are in the process of completing the stowage of items in the crew cabin before they move into their entry checklist, basically looking through all of the chronological procedures that lie ahead for the rapid-fire succession of all of the events that will unfold over the course of the next 3 hours. Integrity is about 25,000 nautical miles from Earth, continuing to accelerate towards a splashdown in the Pacific 3 hours and 18 minutes from now. All of Integrity's systems are in excellent shape. The crew is great, feeling well, and the weather in the splashdown zone in the Pacific, although a bit cloudy with broken and scattered clouds, is a go forecast with just 10-knot winds and wave heights less than 4 feet. Views from
Integrity Houston for a post-RTC3 tracking update.
Go ahead, Houston.
Hey, the post-RTC3 tracking looks great. So good, in fact, that if we got to CM rays and did not yet have GPS acquisition, we would still be go for CM rays from that perspective. And so overall, I can confirm the post-RTC3 trajectory is within EI limits.
All right, Jackie, we love that. That says a lot about our FIDO folks in this vehicle.
This is Mission Control Houston. A tip of the hat from Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen to the flight dynamics folks and the guidance, navigation, and control officer. The RTC3 burn that was conducted just over 2 hours ago, which was basically a final fine-tuning of the trajectory of Integrity to hit the sweet spot in the corridor over the Pacific Ocean for entry interface, was so perfect that we are dead on the center line down the corridor. And the crew module raise burn that is scheduled at 6:37 p.m. Central Time, and which will be conducted, is only required to lift the aft end of the vehicle ever so slightly by a degree or two to improve the angle of attack of the spacecraft as it enters the atmosphere, mitigating peak heating effects on the heat shield for Integrity. But our trajectory is dead set, right on the money, right down the pike, heading for a splashdown 3 hours and 10 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time.
Houston integrity com check from seat 1.
Seat 1, have you loud and clear coming down on both OE1 and 2. How me on 1?
Gotcha, loud and clear on 1, Jackie. We're going to stay in this config on both 1 and 2, and Reed and Victor are in our seats, slowly proceeding along.
Okay, we copy, and just to confirm, that means that you've got the bulk of your suits donned, is that correct?
Just for Reed and Victor, A-firm. We're not gloved, not helmeted yet.
Copy all. Thanks. Integrity BFS is configured for entry with outputs inhibited. And a reminder, when you get to step 9.3, use your separate instance of 18.3.101 to save off the time.
100%, thanks.
Houston integrity com check from C2.
Victor, have you loud and clear? I'm coming up on 1. How me?
Jackie, I have you loud and clear on 1.
You are loud and clear on 2, Jackie.
integrity. Steps 12, 13, 14, and 15 are complete.
Jeremy, Houston copies. Thank you.
This is Mission Control Houston, 8 days, 22 hours, 55 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. On board the vehicle, the four crew members, Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialists Jeremy Hansen and Christina Cook are suiting up in their Orion crew survival suits, the launch and entry suits that they also wore during their launch from the Kennedy Space Center back on April 1st. Once the crew is all suited up, they'll conduct a series of leak checks to make sure that they have good suit integrity, aboard integrity, before they strap themselves into their seats for the final phase of this mission that will culminate with a splashdown in the Pacific 2 hours and 35 minutes from now at 7:07 p.m. Central Time, 5:07 p.m. Pacific Time, about 2.5 hours before sunset southwest of San Diego. And the suits are in the process of being leak checked at the present time. We'll relay all that to you in just a few moments. Right now, Integrity is just about 20,000 nautical miles from the Earth, continuing to accelerate towards the next major milestone, which will be the separation of the crew module from the European service module 2 hours and 1 minute from now. That separation maneuver, pyrotechnically, will occur at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. That will be followed just 4 minutes later by a raise burn, a 19-second burn of Integrity's thrusters to induce a change in velocity of 9.9 feet per second, slightly raising up the aft end of the vehicle to improve its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere, and in the process mitigates the peak heating effects on the heat shield of the vehicle. Out in the splashdown zone, out in the Pacific Ocean, the weather is forecast to be go by the Spaceflight Meteorology Group here at the Johnson Space Center. Winds of just about 10 knots and wave heights less than 4 feet, which should be ideal for the recovery forces that are being deployed from the USS John Murtha to recover the crew, extract them, hoist them into 2 Navy helicopters, and fly them back to the deck of the Murtha to be brought into medical bay for post-splashdown medical checks. We now have a report from the environmental systems officer here that we have good suit leak checks. All 4 suits have passed the leak check, so we are in good shape here for entry and splashdown coming up just over 2.5 hours from now. One data point, just an update on some numbers that we've just received from Flight Dynamics, and these are unofficial and will not become official until post-flight. We now anticipate that the maximum speed that Integrity will encounter as it enters the Earth's atmosphere will be right around the same time as we enter a communications blackout of 6 minutes in duration. We're expecting Integrity's peak speed at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and at that point, the vehicle should be traveling at 24,661.21 miles per hour, which will be just 130 miles short in velocity of the record that was set back in 1969 by the Apollo 10 crew, Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young, on their return from orbiting the moon. Once again, that peak speed expected to be reached just a few seconds after the start of entry interface, as the vehicle plummets back into the Earth's atmosphere. The peak speed expected to be reached at 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m. Central Time, and that peak speed now estimated by Flight Dynamics to be 24,661.21 miles per hour, which equates to about Mach 33.
Houston Integrity, seat 1 and 2, leak check complete. Also, we powered up the AGA, and it's giving us a CO2 alarm at 4.4.
We copy leak check. We saw it as well. And copy CO2 at 4.4. We are discussing.
We also on the AGA have a bit A of 16. We've seen that in the past. Should go away.
And Reed, is the AGA been powered for 5 minutes yet, or are we still in that wait period?
We are in the wait period. We expect that bit will go away.
We copy, and that bit can also indicate that we cannot trust the other values, so we'll check back with you after the 5 minutes on the CO2 level.
A firm.
This is Mission Control Houston. Mission elapsed time of 8 days, 23 hours, 2 minutes into the flight of Integrity on the Artemis II mission. While we have a moment here, just an opportunity to run down some of the chronological highlights that lie ahead over the next 2.5 hours before Integrity splashes down in the Pacific Ocean. Coming up at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time, we will begin a simulcast of NASA Plus coverage that will accompany our 24/7 YouTube coverage that we have been providing ever since we began the mission with the tanking of the Space Launch System at the Kennedy Space Center for launch back on April 1st.
Houston Integrity, we are complete through steps 18. Seats 3 and 4 are yet to suit, obviously.
Jeremy, we copy you completed 16 through 18 and confirm for us whether you needed any adjustments of CIAS in step 17.
Negative. All the settings were still in their launch config.
Houston copies.
Once again, with the leak checks having been successfully completed on the 4 launch and entry suits for the crew members on board Integrity, once again, we'll begin our NASA Plus coverage as a simulcast to our 24/7 YouTube coverage in less than an hour at 5:30 p.m. Central Time, 6:30 p.m. Eastern Time. At 6:15 p.m., we're going to hand over communications from the Deep Space Network to the Tracking and Data Relay Satellite System as Integrity continues to approach the Earth. Currently, Integrity is less than 20,000 nautical miles from its destination and a splashdown in the Pacific. We will separate the European service module from the crew module at 6:33 p.m. Central Time. And just 4 minutes later, we'll conduct a raise burn, a 19-second burn of the Integrity thrusters to slightly tilt the vehicle's orientation upward, with the aft end being tilted upward. That will also change the velocity by 9.9 feet per second and complete the orientation of the vehicle for its angle of attack as it enters the Earth's atmosphere. Entry interface, where we reach the first traces of Earth's atmosphere and where most of the dynamic operations will then begin. Entry interface is scheduled at 6:53 and 31 seconds p.m. Central Time, where Integrity will be at an altitude of 400,000 feet above the Earth, traveling at about 34,882 feet per second with a range to splashdown of 1,701 nautical miles. Just 10 seconds, just a few seconds later, about 24 seconds later, we'll enter a 6-minute communications blackout at 6:53 and 55 seconds p.m. That communications blackout will be due to the buildup of plasma around the vehicle, the ionization of the interaction of the velocity of Integrity with the friction of the Earth's atmosphere. So the communications blackout, to last about 6 minutes in duration, will start 24 seconds after entry interface. At 6:54 and 4 seconds p.m., we'll reach our peak velocity. This is an estimation from Flight Dynamics. We should be reaching a peak velocity of 24,661.21 miles per hour, or somewhere around Mach 33. This will fall about 130 miles per hour short of the speed record set by the Apollo 10 command module, the Charlie Brown, during the Apollo 10 mission of Tom Stafford, Gene Cernan, and John Young back in the spring of 1969. Once the communications blackout ends, which is expected just a few seconds before 7 p.m. Central Time, 6:59 and 56 seconds p.m. Central Time, we will be at an altitude of 157,000 feet over the Pacific Ocean, and at that point we should be traveling at about 13,300 feet per second with a range to splashdown of just 147 nautical miles. There will be a series of roll reversals, first to the left, allowing Integrity to bank to the left. These are computer-commanded, not crew-commanded, but computer-commanded roll reversals to bank the vehicle first to the left, then to the right. That bleeds off excess energy and helps to reduce the speed and the heating effects on the vehicle during the final phase of flight. Starting at 7:03 and 22 seconds p.m. Central Time, we'll begin the series of chute deployments. In all, there are 11 parachutes associated with this mission. The first 3 will pull off the forward bay cover from the top of the vehicle. The forward bay cover chutes are 3. That'll be followed by the deployment of the drogue chutes at 7:03 and 23 seconds p.m. Then 3 pilot parachutes will pull the main parachutes, 3 of them, from the forward bay cover. The forward bay housing all of the parachutes at the very top of Orion. The main chute deploy is scheduled at 7:04 and 44 seconds p.m. The vehicle will have slowed to just a very glacial speed of 198 miles per hour, feet per second, I should say, at that point, at an altitude of 5,400 feet above the Pacific Ocean. The splashdown velocity, of course, will be 0. 19 miles an hour is the velocity that the crew will feel under the 3 main parachutes as they splash down in the Pacific, southwest of San Diego. So a number of major milestones lie ahead. Splashdown time is currently estimated at 7:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Central Time, 5:07 and 7 seconds p.m. Pacific Time. That will conclude a total traveling distance from launch to splashdown of 694,481 statute miles. We're just 1 hour and 48 minutes away now from crew module, service module separation. The crew has donned their launch and entry suits. They've conducted leak checks. Everything is in order, and the weather is go at the splashdown site. Some of the flying assets that will collect imagery of the descent of Integrity towards splashdown have already been deployed from the deck of the USS John Murtha. The actual recovery team members will be deployed in helicopters and fast boats a bit later on as we approach splashdown, and of course after splashdown itself. Once the vehicle splashes down, we'll be deploying the 5 inflatable airbags at the top of the vehicle with helium. That will ensure that the vehicle is upright throughout the course of the recovery operations. The team here in Mission Control will check all of the systems on Integrity, make sure that we are not leaking any toxic gases from the spacecraft, and that will be the signal for the start of the power down of Integrity systems and the ability of the first members of the recovery team to approach the vehicle to set up the inflatable life raft called the front porch, which will be used to bring the crew members out of the vehicle into that front porch one by one after the hatch is open to Integrity. We expect the extraction of the crew to be some 45 minutes to an hour after splashdown, which would be about 30 to 45 minutes after the vehicle is powered down.
Integrity, Houston, we are ready for another CO2 reading on the AGA.
It is 5.1.
Houston copies. And Reed, earlier I did misspeak. The CO2 reading specifically would not have been affected by that particular bit.
Okay, sounds good. We just know we're in an ARS suit, and that's very likely contributing to that.
We concur. Integrity, Houston, for CO2.
Go ahead, Jackie.
Hey, Reed, what we'd like to do is open the ARS ISO valve to mix the cabin and suit loop air for the time being. And we would just need a call from you all when Christina and Jeremy are getting in their seats and are a few minutes out from leak checks, and we'll get that back into a good config for you to start the next leak checks.
Hey, Jackie, that's a reasonably good idea. Can we just hang on that for a little bit and see how we're doing?
Yep, up to you. We will wait. Let us know if you'd like that cabin air mixing.
Is there a CO2 number where you guys would advise on that?
Reed, we would not want to go above 7.
Yeah, that's perfect. Let us monitor it for just a couple minutes here. Houston, cabin entry config is complete, and Christina and Jeremy are about to start suit on.
Excellent on cabin config, and copy suit down.
That call from Commander Reed Wiseman aboard Integrity indicating that following